Alrighty, hello everybody, welcome. I see a lot of good mornings in the chat here. Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a good, restful weekend. And for anyone who was, catching up over the weekend, I hope that that went well. If you have any questions, we can definitely take them during the lab time. Yeah, good morning. Alrighty, so we're just gonna, dive right in and get going. I can see that you're all very excited. This week you're going to start actually coding. We're gonna look at, programming, breaking down problems, and also we're gonna look at some JavaScript code. The reason we're starting with JavaScript from all of the different languages and tools that we have, introduced last week is because we want to focus on the programming mindset first as the foundation upon which you will build all of the other things. So for this week, that's going to be our focus, to really get you into that mindset. But before we get started, I do have a couple of, updates, announcements, whatever they classify as. Alrighty, let me just set up my screen here. I've got this and got the chat open. Okay, that should be good. Great. So again, our focus this week is going to be on programming, and we'll introduce it, bit by bit. Let us know, please, if, how you're finding the pace of the course as well, so that we can take that into consideration in the lesson planning, because we do have a lot to cover, but we also want to make sure that we are breaking it down enough at every stage along the way to clear up any confusions. So the updates, the first one is that we are going to be having daily office hours. So they're very similar to, what we have for labs at the moment, where you basically, it's kind of open space to work on your projects. And then as you have questions, you can ask them. The difference is that, the labs, we expect you to attend and, be there working with your teammates. With the office hours, it's completely optional. It's more so if you have a question, come and ask, or you can, come work on your projects on the side and sort of like ask questions as they come up. So Monday to Thursday, those are going to be 7 to 8 p.m. Friday, it's going to be 5 to 7. This is because Friday we have a different afternoon schedule than the other days. We also looked over our holiday timeline, so we get to talk about holidays. We are going to not have class on statutory, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, stat holidays, basically public holidays. So there's actually 2 Mondays coming up, 2 long weekends. The first is next week, so October 2nd is going to be class free, and then the Monday after that, I believe that's Thanksgiving. So those are going to be off, and then we have November 13th for Remembrance Day, and then winter break is going to be 2 weeks, and it's a little bit over 2 weeks, but December 16th until January 2nd. So January 2nd, we will have class, and February 19th for Family Day. So these are going to be the holidays throughout the course. Definitely, they're meant to, take some time off and unplug, but I know that for especially the folks that are, following up on classes with recordings, it may be a bit of a catch-up day. So, again, it's your time to plan as you will, but it's very important to keep caught up with the course. Another thing that we are going to be doing based on, how we felt last week went, is that we are going to be switching up these class times a little bit. So last week we did 2 hours of lecture, 2 hours of lab. This week, especially because we're getting more hands-on, more, it's becoming more important to get immediate practice with the concepts that you learn, instead of learning 2 concepts and then do the lab work. So we're going to interleave them to have class and then lab. It's going to be 1 hour, 1 hour. And then again, class, lab, an hour, hour. So that should help to give you that immediate practice, help you, give you time to ask questions on the spot as they come up. And also, right. The other point is for these labs themselves, when you go to the assignment submission page, you'll see that the labs look like they got longer, but it's just because we're providing more detailed descriptions for what to do. And that is based on some of the feedback that we got where our instructions were not super clear. So we're trying to work on that. Again, we're open to feedback. If you feel that, more description should be given, let us know. And then, we'll consider it based on, I guess, the learning goals and how much we can give away in the descriptions. Nice. Thank you. All right. The final piece is that we're looking into creating some social groups or support groups within the class. We've already launched one for mothers who are taking the course and sort of juggling both class and childcare, because we felt that, it's when you're trying to juggle multiple roles, but then also keep up with a course like this, it can feel difficult, feel like you're falling behind, and we don't want to, to have that. We want people to have the, flexibility and also be within a group of people who are kind of working through the same challenges so that they can support each other through, catching up on recordings and things like that. We're thinking of perhaps doing one for people who are, working during the day, not able to be here with us in class, so that, out of class, they can support each other as needed. And, a question mark here for, if there's some potential other groups that you guys want to see, like we can definitely launch those. When we say groups here, we're literally just talking WhatsApp chats for now, basically just so that you can talk to others who are kind of facing similar challenges. So just let us know what you want or need, and we'll try to cater to that. So diving into this week, we are going to be learning programming fundamentals. So remember how we talked about the differences between coding and programming? This week, we're kind of going to be doing both at the same time in terms of learning. And that's because it's very hard to learn programming without the coding aspect. And because of that, because you're learning these two skills simultaneously, I will tell you right now that this week will be challenging. And I'm saying that not to scare you, but to let you know that it is okay if you feel that it's challenging, because it's meant to be. You're learning a new way of thinking, and then you're learning this coding thing. It's a new, language basically that you are learning to read and write. So it's going to be a lot, but we're here to help. Ask us questions if you get stuck, if you have like anything that you're confused about. Please do clarify it, because this week is really going to lay the foundations of what it means to program and what it means to build projects. So, we really want you to get things right this week, because it's going to set the course for the rest of the course. And, we promise that it will get easier. This week is possibly going to be the hardest week because you're really learning a new way of thinking. Okay, so just putting that out there right up front. If you have questions, ask. We really want to clarify everything as we go through. Okay. All right. So I hope you're all feeling okay and not not scared off by that. I really don't want it to come across that way. So in this first part of the week that I'm going to be working with you for this first hour, and then we're going to have a break, 5-minute break. We'll have the lab, and then the second hour break, a lab. During this chunk, we are going to be thinking about programs in everyday life, and we are also going to be thinking about how to write pseudocode, which is basically like a non-code representation of our programs. You're already mentally prepared to learn JavaScript. Awesome. I love that. Okay, so programs in everyday life. We don't really think about it, but we are always, well, not always, but a lot of the things we do on a daily basis actually follow the same structure as computer programs. So we talked a little bit about this last week, and so some things might be a little bit, kind of going back to last week, but because we covered so much last week, I want to like help us focus in on the parts that, are relevant to this week. So some examples are, when we execute commands to perform a task. So things like following a recipe to bake a cake, or teaching a child to tie their shoes, or getting from one place to another, right? So I actually pulled up what, let me stop this screen share one sec, and just take a quick look at, like, just for example, getting from one place to another, right? The kind of instructions that we get, and I pulled up Google Maps for this because I don't know off the top of my head what the instructions are to get from, Horseshoe Bay to the airport. But if you're trying to get from the, ferry down to the airport, and you take a look at the breakdown of how to get there, well, the steps are like, there's steps that if we just follow the steps exactly as they are given, and this is assuming that the maps are right, but if we just follow those steps, we will get from point A to point B, right? And that's basically how programs work as well. You provide steps for the computer to follow, and this is, the map is meant to represent us following the instructions, but when we talk about programs, we're basically providing these kind of steps and saying, if you do this, and then you do this other thing, and then you do this other thing, and then this, and so on, you will eventually get to the end goal. So very similar to that, when we are thinking about our programs, we have to really put ourselves into the mind of that computer. And I know it's weird to say, but we have to try to think, does the computer know about what it is I'm asking it to do? And on top of that, does it know what it means to do or perform a certain task? So if it does not, well, as programmers, we can define those objectives, and we can define those actions, and we can define those data points. But we need to, like, what we need to think about is, does the computer know this? And if not, how do I provide it? Okay. So as an example of that, let me just bring this slideshow back. Okay. So that's one example, right? So one example of performing tasks is one example of programs is to really break them down into these kind of actions. So, for getting from the ferry to the airport, you really have to think about, at this point, do I need to know if I need to go left or right? Do I need to go forward? How many meters? Those are like the granular steps of like how to get from point A to point B. A new brain after learning, you know what? Yes, it's going to be a computational mind. Very different, right? Following a recipe to bake a cake, right? Now, if you were baking a cake and someone told you to, use 2 eggs, right? Well, what use 2 eggs means. It means crack the egg and, crack it open and only keep the inside and don't keep the shell. But if you told a child who had no idea what it means to use an egg, well, they might just take the whole egg and put it in, right? So when you're talking to a computer, you have to be very explicit, very similar to that child. You have to just be like, what I want you to do is pick up the egg, hit it against something very lightly, pull them apart, or however you guys open your eggs, and drop the insides of the egg inside of the bowl, right? That's what it means to add the egg to the cake. And then, you do the same for the milk, and you do the same for the flour. Like, what does it actually mean? You pick up like, a measuring cup and you put it inside of the, bag, and then you have to scoop out and make sure it's flat, and then you go and like dump it in, right? So you can't just say, put a cup of flour to the computer, because they won't know what that means, okay? So really think about that. Like, does the computer know this action? Now, as programmers, we will be able to, you'll see this next week actually, but you will be able to define actions, and what we call them as functions. You're basically looping together a set of actions into a single command. So, pick up the measuring cup, scoop it in, and get the full cup of flour and like dump it into the bowl. That set of actions, you can loop it together into what's called a function, so that you can just say, a cup of flour, and then it can perform those actions. For this week, we're not going to be thinking about those functions. We're really going to be thinking granularly on that level of what exactly does it need to do to perform that task. Okay, and you'll get some practice thinking about some everyday actions in this way during the lab. What's another kind of program? So another program or type of program that we run on a daily basis is when we make a choice out of two possible choices. So for example, when we're heading out the door, we make a decision about whether to take an umbrella or not. You're waking up in the morning, you make a decision about whether to wake up with the alarm or if you want to hit snooze today, right? You're walking by your pile of laundry, and you make a decision about whether it's time to run that laundry or if you're gonna skip it and let that pile grow higher. So whenever you're making these kind of decisions, even though a lot of us do some of these things on autopilot, like deciding whether or not to wake up. I always have like 3 alarms because I know I'm not going to wake up to the first 2. But usually when you're making these decisions, there's actually a statement or some kind of thought process behind it, right? Deciding whether or not to take an umbrella, well, you might check the weather, right? And if it might rain, then you will take the umbrella, right? So notice how I phrased that. I was saying if it might rain, then take the umbrella, right? Then umbrella. And then what's the alternative, right? It's otherwise skip, right? Otherwise no umbrella. And this here, what I just wrote, is basically what we're going to be referring to as pseudocode. Okay, so when you are doing the lab exercises today, this is basically what we're doing. Okay, we're just taking these decisions and we're breaking it down into, if something happens, then I'm going to do this, otherwise I'm going to do this other thing. Okay, just in that format. If you're in Vancouver, you take an umbrella every day. I love that. True. All right, so deciding whether or not to wake up, we can break this down as well into the same kind of decision, right? Where in this case, we're going to say, well, do I have to wake up? Do I have something important, right? So if there's something important to wake up for, so if it's important to wake up right now, then wake up, right? Otherwise, and I'll just put OTH because it's a long word. Otherwise, we're going to snooze. Okay, so this here is assuming that we're always going to snooze unless there's something important. The alternative way, if you wanted to have a different kind of decision-making process where you always wake up unless you snooze, you would just change this around to basically say, well, if it's not a rush, then you're gonna hit snooze, otherwise you're gonna wake up. All right, and then this one here, while deciding whether to do the laundry or not, you might check something like if the pile is high enough, or if I need the clothes in the pile, right? If there's something in there that I need, I will do the laundry, otherwise let it grow a little bit higher, because I'm not sure about you, but laundry is not fun. Okay, so we all make these kind of decisions between 2 things, but sometimes it's not just like a one or the other kind of decision. Sometimes there's many possible choices, right? And that's also a kind of program that we run in everyday life, and also a kind of program that computers run. Okay, so in this case, some of the examples could be deciding what to wear based on the kind of event, right? If you're going to a sporting event, you might wear something different. If you're going to like a black tie event, you might wear something different. If you're going to like a casual hangout, you may wear something different. And there could be like formal, or not even formal, but like work kind of outfits and so on and so forth. We have so many. But in this case, there's many different kind of choices, but the decision process is the same as the 2 decision case. You just have more cases, right? So in this case, you would say something like, if we're going to a sporting event, then, I might wear sneakers. If I'm going to, a black tie event, I might wear something else. I might wear, I don't know, a dress. If it's casual, I might wear jeans. If it's work, I might wear I've been working from home for so long, I don't know what people wear to work. I might wear a tie. I don't know. It depends on my work. But in this case, if something happens, if a certain case is met, then I'm making a decision. And all of these depend on each other in some way, right? They're not independent decisions because you're making a single decision. What do I wear? But there's all these options. So you have to somehow tie these together by saying something like, otherwise, if it's a black tie event, I'm going to wear a dress. Otherwise, if it's casual, I'm going to wear jeans. Otherwise, if it's work, I'm going to wear, fine, tie's a little too formal, I'm going to say button up. There we go. So you're making these decisions, you're running through a bunch of options, and then you're making a decision based on which case it is. Okay. There's another, everyday example for this. If else ladder. Yes, exactly. That is exactly it. Or actually, we call it else if, which you'll see actually on Wednesday. But yes. So in this case, another example would be deciding what to do on the weekend based on the weather, right? The weather might be sunny, it might be rainy, it might be snowy, it might be cloudy, it might be anything else. Like it might just be, really hot but not sunny. Like you have like a whole mix, right? And deciding what to do, well, you could have a lot of options for that as well, right? You could have options like, going to the museum, or you could go to the beach, or you could go skating, or you could, I don't know, go shopping. There's countless options, right? But we make these decisions every day. Will we have the written notes? Ooh. I don't think we will because I'm using Zoom annotations. Let me see if, you know what? It's got to be like in slide annotations. Turn on the pen. Ooh, that's a thick pen. One sec. Let me see, because yeah, that's not really gonna work for me. The eraser has erased all. Okay, no. Is there a way to save them? Oh, there is. Okay, there is a way to save them. I will save them before I delete. And then I can post those. Thank you for that. All right, so I suppose I will continue from here and then save the ones that that we come across. Or actually, I should be able to. There we go. There's an undo button. Okay, let me go save. Okay, and then, oh, that's a lot of undoing, but let me just see if I can bring that back real quick. Okay. Yes, okay, let me save this one as well. All right, great. Okay. So another example from everyday life could be deciding what to make for dinner based on the ingredients available, right? So you might have a lot of choices for what to make for dinner. You might look in your fridge and your pantry, and you might, consider what ingredients you have. You might have pasta, you might have rice, you might have like leftover pizza, like who knows, right? And you can make a decision for what to eat based on what ingredients there are, right? So those are just some examples of things that we, oh, let me turn this pen off. Decisions that we make on a daily basis that involve picking one of many possible choices. Okay, but that's not all. We run some other kinds of programs. So you'll notice so far we've looked at 3 kinds. One is just following along a set of instructions. Another is picking one of 2 possible choices, picking one of many possible choices, but there's more. Would you have to incorporate AI into that if you wanted to spew out a proper recipe? Yes, that is right. So this here, this decision, it's kind of like just assuming that like you have some preset like options that are there. I know there's actually I think some companies that are like trying to do that, where it's like you sort of take your phone and you like scan your fridge and it'll like put together a recipe for you, which is wild. Like where we are today with tech. But yeah, to really have like an endless possibility, you would likely need an AI system. All right. So there's a different kind of program that we run on an everyday basis. So this is the type of program where we repeat steps a specific number of times. So examples of this could be a workout routine where you do 10 push-ups and you do it 3 times. So that means you do 10 push-ups and then you might have like a break or something, and then you do another 10 push-ups, and then you might have a break, and then you do another 10. I'm sorry for my handwriting. But this here is an example of a type of program that we run. Right now, these 10 push-ups, even though I wrote 10 push-ups, is actually broken down even further to push up, push up, and I'll just put PU for push up, push up, push up, all the way down 10 times. Right? So if you were trying to tell someone to do this workout, well, one way is do, 3 sets of 10, but we understand what that means. For a computer, you have to break that down further. You have to say, let's assume it knows what a push-up is, which it wouldn't until you actually teach it what a push-up is. But if it knows what a push-up is, to give it this workout, you would have to say push up, push up, push up, push up, push up. You say that 10 times, and then you say break, push up, push up, push up. You say that 10 times, just like this, breakdown where you're kind of taking each of these 10 times, and then you have a break, and then you do it 10 times, break, 10 times, break. Now you can tell that that's not a super efficient way to write your programs, because if you suddenly wanted to change that to 8 push-ups instead of 10, or 12 instead of 10, you would have to go into each of these blocks and change each one. So what we can do with a computer is we can preset the number of times we're going to be repeating things, and then like it'll take the steps we give it and it'll repeat that for us. So in this case, it's going to, like, we can even take this, like we can see here that this is, and that's going to be followed by a break. This is repeating 3 times as well, right? So instead of actually taking each of these and, manually repeating them, what we can do is we can lump them together and say, okay, I'm going to call this a set, and I'm going to call this, yes, sure. And I'm going to call this chunk here, I'm going to call it 10 push-ups. And then we can take the 10 push-ups and the break and define that as a set. And at that point, we can tell the computer, okay, I want to do 3 sets. And then it'll just take the definition of a set and repeat it 3 times for us. Okay, so here we have, so the language do not understand 3 times 10. So it does not until you define it. So you have to like manually define what a set is, what defines a set, and then it can repeat that set for you. Okay, or you can define what 10 push-ups means, and then it can repeat that for you. All right, and I think I might have butchered the definition of a set, but so let me save this and let's look at another example. Making the same sandwich for 3 people, right? So let's just say the sandwich here is a chicken. So let's say we're going to put chicken, we're going to put lettuce, and we're going to put tomato, and we're going to put bread, and I like olives, so let's put some olives in there. Okay, so if these were the ingredients that you're going to use for 3 people, there's 3 different ways you can make these sandwiches. right? One is you can put the bread down for all 3 people, and then like how do you make a sandwich? So let's say you decide to put the lettuce, you decide to put the tomato should probably go outwards. You decide to put the tomato, then you decide to put the chicken, and then you decide to put some olives, and then you decide to put the bread, right? Now, one thing you can do is make a full sandwich. Oops. You can make a full sandwich, and then you can come down and start making another full sandwich, right? And I won't draw the whole sandwich, but there's my drawing skills for you. There we go. And then you can repeat the whole step to make your 3rd sandwich. Another way you can do it is to do them in parallel, where you kind of put all the bread, and then you put all the lettuce, and then you put all the tomato, and so on and so forth. So either way, you're making 3, and you have to repeat the steps 3 times, right? So in this case, you're like, it's up to you to define what it is that you want to repeat, as long as you're clear about it to the computer, and then it can go and create that. Oh, you missed the response for 3 times 10. So for that, what you need to know is that the computer can understand, but you have to define it first. So unless you define that it needs to repeat these 10 things 3 times, like, it won't know what that means. Like in the sandwich example, like you have to tell the computer, or tell, if you had a robot that you were trying to do this, you would have to be explicit about all of these steps. And now, making a sandwich, well, that's not super like straightforward either, because you might have to first exactly cook the chicken first, right? So there's actually steps that come before the sandwich gets made, right? Before this process, you might need to cook the chicken. You might also need to chop tomatoes. You might need to, and also, I guess, wash the tomatoes, and you might need to wash the lettuce. And, if you get those kind of bread loaves that don't come pre-cut, you might also have to slice the bread, so on and so forth. So as explicit as you need to make it so, because if you don't, yes, you're going to get, raw chicken, a whole tomato, and Lord knows what kind of bread in your sandwich. All right. And then final example here, we've got filling 12 blocks of an ice cube tray one at a time. So if you're thinking about like an ice cube tray, right? And you've got like an ice cube tray. Okay, great question. So for repeating, can we do copy and paste for the code? So in the beginning, that's how we're going to do it. We're just going to, take the code, do it again. But there's ways to make your code more efficient. So instead of saying, I'm gonna, let's say, fill blocks of an ice cube tray, like to do that, we hold the ice cube tray under the water until one block is full, and then we go to the other one, wait until it's full, go to the other one, wait until it's full, and we keep doing that, right? Now, instead of repeating the same block of code again and again, what we're gonna do, we'll see this on Thursday, I believe. The whole loop, the whole day on Thursday is going to be spent, I think it's Thursday, spent on this idea of loops, where all you need to do is define it once, and then you can tell the computer, this thing that I just defined, we'll just do that again and again and again. So you're not like having actual copies of the code. Great question. And I see that we have a lot of answers here as well for loops. Thank you guys for answering that. While loops as well. Awesome. Yes. Sweet. Okay. So yes, there's ways to make your code more efficient, but still, even if you make the code more efficient, what the computer is doing when it's running through it is the same. It's running through it one at a time, as if you had written it like explicitly. So again, for the 12 blocks of an ice cube tray, yeah, you are waiting until each block is full. And then once that block is full, then you go to the other one and you wait until it's full. Then you go to the other one, you wait until it's full, so on and so forth. And you do that 12 times. Okay. One of the things that you'll notice here about the ice cube tray blocks is that it's a little bit different for two, like there's 2 things happening. One is that you are waiting for full, right? You're waiting for a certain condition to be met. And the condition is that the block is full. So that's one of the things that's happening. And then the other thing that's happening is this thing where you are performing the action, performing 12 times. Okay, so in this case, we're actually combining two kinds of waiting or two kinds of repetition. Okay, so the question of waiting for full, well, how do you know when something's full, right? So what we do, well, we've learned over time that we can just, we can tell when it's full. But again, think like a kid, right? If you try to teach a kid what full means, well, you might tell them you're going to watch the water level until it comes up to the top. So waiting for it to be full is really asking over and over again, is it full yet? Is it full yet? Is it full yet? Is it full yet? Yes, it is. I'm going to move to the other block. Okay, so that's two different kinds of looping or waiting going on. Yes, exactly. Looping with conditions. All right, so let me save this and clear it, and let's look at a different kind of program. Okay, so this here is repeating steps until a task is complete. So this is different. This is similar to the waiting for the ice cube tray to be full, right? The each block. So you're waiting until a certain condition is met. You're waiting until a certain task is complete. You are, repeating until a certain task is complete. You are not, like, you don't know in the beginning exactly how many times you're going to have to repeat. So an example of this is you have a bag of tomatoes and you don't know how many tomatoes are inside. So you're just going to chop the tomatoes until all the tomatoes are chopped, right? Pretty straightforward. You just take one, chop it, take the other, chop it, take the other. There might be 5, there might be 100. Like, your task is to chop all the tomatoes. So you're just going to keep going until they're all chopped. Okay, so your condition here, I'm going to go condition for finishing the task, or I guess condition for stopping. So for stopping, to stop chopping is, are all the tomatoes done, right? Are all tomatoes done? And only when this condition is met, then you're going to stop. Okay, another very similar example is, I don't know why, I guess grocery examples make it very easy, but we've got tomatoes first and then we've got groceries. So if you have a whole bunch of groceries and you want to put them away, right? You're going to keep putting away your groceries until they're all put away. So your condition here is, are all the groceries gone, right? Are all the groceries put away? All right. And then finally, another kind, and this is very similar to the ice cube example, where if you went to, your nearest, Starbucks or, Timmy's or whatever, and you have ordered coffee, then once you place your order, you go and you wait, and you keep on waiting until your coffee order is ready. Now, for us, well, there's 2 ways to wait. Okay, so there's, I'll just say 2 ways to wait. Now, in polite society, what we do when we wait for coffee is we wait until we are given the cup, right? Or our name or number is called, right? So one is to wait until notified in some way. Okay. And the other way to wait is to keep asking, right? And this is not something we do, but we could keep asking, is the order ready? And this is kind of like, a kid in a car kind of going, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? And they keep asking, right? And it's because there's 2 ways to wait. One is to just keep asking until you get a yes answer and you're like, yes, you can, we're done, or the coffee's ready, or, we're there, we've arrived. And the other is to just sort of wait until you're notified. Both ways you can program your programs to work either way. But the method that we're going to be thinking about more is actually this one, which is basically referred to as a polling method, which isn't super important terminology. But this is the more common method when it comes to computers. They're just going to go keep checking if the condition is satisfied or not. Like for every tomato that you're chopping, before chopping a tomato, you've chopped the tomato, you put it away, and then the question is going to be, are there tomatoes yet left? If there are, so then you're like, are there tomatoes left? Yes. Okay, chop a tomato. Are there tomatoes left? Yes, chop a tomato. So that's the process that we're really going to be thinking about for the most part. Maybe keep asking every 5 minutes. If you waited 5 minutes for your coffee, then definitely sounds familiar. Is that about the kids asking? I think it was. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go ahead and save that. And yeah. Alrighty, so let's go look at, oh wait, we finished early. Okay, well then, I guess you guys are like really great. Are there any go to another store if you've waited that long? Yes, so I guess we finished early. Are there any questions, comments, any of those examples that you want me to go back over? I'm gonna just go back and let's compare these different kinds one last time. So the first was you're given a set of commands to execute, and your job is just to go through them from the top to the bottom. So this is one type of program that we're going to see, our computers performing as well. Another type is when you have two choices and you pick one, and the question that we're asking is going to be related to that decision. So you're using a condition to decide what to do. Computers are going to make those kind of decisions as well. And very similar to that is when you're doing making that same choice, but you have many options. We're going to program our computers to do that as well. Repeating steps a specific number of times. So this is when you know how many times to repeat something. We're going to look at a way to write your code eventually so that you don't have to have repetitive code, but you can still perform the same repetitive actions. Okay. And then very similar to doing a certain task a specific number of times, you can also program your programs or your computers to repeat steps until a certain condition is met. And those together can be combined. So, you can have the waiting merged with the conditions, and you can sort of have a bunch of different looping stuff going on at the same time. And we're going to look at some of those combinations after the break, or after lab, actually, because I'm going to introduce you to some of the programs that you're going to write by the end of the week, if all things go well. And it's very exciting because in a very short amount of time, you'll be able to go from, never having coded before to building programs that are actually, interactive. They're doing, important stuff. And I think that it's a miracle how much can be achieved in a week. But again, we know that we are going to we're going to be gauging how things are going throughout the week and see if we need to change things up. So do we need to know the words to use by heart, or is there a way that once start writing, the rest will come up? So that's a great question. For now, during the learning stage, we do want you to, learn them basically by heart. The good news is that for the most part, it's actually very Englishy. So you know how we were using the words if and otherwise and, for a certain number of times, and, while the coffee is not ready, these words are going to be the commands that we're going to be using. So this is directly related to the next question that we have here about, do these commands have names? They do. So for example, we call them if statements, where we say if a condition is met, then we're going to do something. Otherwise, or else, we're going to do something else. For the loops, we use for or while. So they're very Englishy words, and you'll see them bit by bit as we go. So hopefully it won't be too much of a transition going from English to JavaScript. JavaScript is going to be the language that we're going to be using. So again, we'll try to introduce things bit by bit. The first two JavaScript lectures, so today afternoon and tomorrow morning, are going to be specifically on the language itself, some syntax things, which is basically spelling in this language. things to keep in mind, how to use what's called variables, things like that. And then tomorrow afternoon, I think, if I'm remembering the schedule right, is when you start looking at these different kinds of, programs. And even while you're learning the syntax, you'll be thinking about, especially the first kind of program where you're just executing tasks. But yeah, we'll try to break it down for you. And if you have any questions along the way, please let me know. For the platform that we'll be using, that's a great question as well. So we're actually trying to look into web-based console or web-based, what am I saying here? Development environments. And the reason for that is because it makes sharing your code a lot easier and for us to keep track of as well. We've been having a little bit of trouble with it though, and we're trying to troubleshoot in the meantime. So we'll let you know very soon. Eventually we're gonna move to Visual Studio Code. It's just that to avoid startup, issues, we wanted to use a web-based one, but we'll keep you posted. You can download Visual Studio Code if you like, because that is what we're going to use eventually. It's just I need to figure out if we're going to use it today or not. All right, so that is great. Your 5-minute break is going to be basically a 10-minute break because we did finish early. And I'm going to move us to this page, but you don't have to start on the lab. Take the break first. But if any of you are planning to, remember it might look scary. It looks like a lot, but there's 4 different tasks that I want you to think about here. So, you can spend 15 minutes each and still finish within the hour when you come back for the lab. And after you finish that, you can submit it, or you can wait until all of the labs are done and then submit. It looks like a lot because we're trying to be more explicit, as some of the feedback that we were given last week was to be for these assignments. Okay, so 10-minute break, and the lab starts at 9. We can share Visual Studio Code editor as well. Yes, it's just harder to take as assignment submissions. It's just there's a bit of setup related stuff. So we'll see, because we don't want to kind of overload a lot of different things at once. Wait, VSCode.dev, is that a web-based editor? Ooh. Okay, what is this? I did not know that existed. I will check that out. Thank you for the suggestion, Walid. Interesting. All right, everyone. We are going to break you all up into breakout rooms. Again, the goal with the breakout rooms is really to get a chance to chat with your classmates, because very soon you're going to have project groups. And the earlier you get to know other people in the course, the earlier you can, make an informed decision about who you want on your team. So, meet different people and, talk to them. And then when we start to create project groups, you may be able to request teammates. So I will begin those breakout rooms. And what am I saying here? After an hour, we're going to come back to the main room, again, have another break, and then dive into part 2 of the lecture. Go breakout rooms. Hi, everyone. Just using the broadcast here to let you know that we're going to be pulling everyone back to the main room. If you have any shared screens or whiteboards that you want to save, please do so. And then we're going to be closing the rooms so that you can all take a short break before we go on to part 2 of the morning lecture. Hi, Alexander. I see you have your mic muted. Did you have a question or anything? Oh, maybe not. Okay, no worries. Alrighty, welcome back. I hope you guys had a fruitful lab and were able to, think about some daily activities and decisions that you make that are actually almost programmable. And many of us run these programs on autopilot throughout our day. And I had a few conversations that, were just centered around like reframing the way you're thinking about just things that you're doing on a daily basis. And I think that's really important because, the more you can put yourself into the mind of like the computer, the easier it's going to be for you to come up with computer programs. So for now, we're done with the first half of the morning. So I want to give you guys a good 10-minute break. Please, get some water, take a walk if you want to, come back and we will be starting part 2 at 10 past. Okay, so that is, I guess, that would be 10:10. Yes. So I'll see you back here then. Yes, so to answer the question in the chat here, yes, we're doing 1 hour, 1 hour, and then another 1 hour, 1 hour. So last week we were doing like 2-hour lecture, 2-hour lab. We're just interleaving them now instead, so that we're not covering like too much material before you have like a chance to try it out yourself. Alrighty, let us get started with part 2. Is everyone back? If you could just pop some of those thumbs up emojis so I can see it on my screen. Sweet. And I will. Perfect. Okay. Thank you guys. I will start the screen share now for the second half of the morning lectures. And again, we are trialing this new, lecture format. So any feedback you guys have about it as well, that's always welcome. Hopefully by the end of the week, you'll have enough of a taste of both formats, the one that we used last week and this week, so that we can, decide on the fixed one to go forward with for the rest of the course. So right now, what we're going to dive into is the programming part. So, well, not just the programming part, but the pseudocode. So what do we mean by pseudocode? It's basically a few things combined in one. The process that, you all went through for the labs and the stuff that we talked about earlier is really the process of thinking about how you're going to perform a task. And when we think about pseudocode, we're trying to bridge the gap between the English how to the code how without getting into the code. So what that means is we're still going to write in English and we're still speaking, in plain language, but we're going to format our steps in a specific way. And so when we do it like that, it becomes very easy to then make that conversion into code because we can tackle the problem or tackle the coding step by step. Once we start coding, we don't need to think about the logic anymore because of our pseudocode. We can just look at each line and say, okay, how would I write this in code? How would I write this in code? How would I write this in code? So on and so forth. So again, you are writing out the steps that you're going to take in a logical manner without the code, very similar to the exercise that you just did. It's just going to be in a little bit more of a formal format. And then once, to be able to do this, you're going to be thinking sequentially like a computer does. And you had a little bit of practice with that. You're still using plain English, so we are not coding yet, but we are putting our programs in a specific format. And then easy conversion into code because we're going to have it formatted in a specific way. So to show you what this actually looks like, I thought I'd walk through some live examples with you using some of the programs that you're actually going to build this week. So as I'm talking through these, if they seem like complicated programs, on the one hand, like they are going to be programs that put together, concepts that we haven't covered yet in depth, which is okay, because we're only using English right now. We're not talking about code. But, it's the same kind of ideas that we use on a daily basis anyway, looping and, making decisions. The other thing is that, I hope you get to see the power that just 1 week of focusing on programming can give you in terms of the kinds of programs that you can create. So the first example that I wanted to walk through with you is an example of an expense tracker. So imagine you had a program that if you were using it, it was going to ask you, what are your expenses, right? So I'm going to let me see if I can use a straight line instead of trying to draw one over here. So imagine you were trying to create a program that is going to help you track your expenses. And to do that, what it's going to do is it's going to ask you, what is your expense? Like what was the expense? And you would provide an answer like, car wash, for example. You want to wash your car. And then it'll ask you, how much did it cost? Or, did it cost? And then you would say something like $10, okay, or 20 or 30. I know some of these car washes get pretty fancy. So it would perform these actions of asking you these questions. And then in the background, it would start making a list of your expenses. So, what if you had more, right? So it would come in here and then say, okay, it would repeat these questions. It would say again, what was your expense? And this time I might say groceries. And then it'll ask me for the price and I would give it something like 70. And then it would repeat it again. And I might say something like, I don't know, gas. This is like a typical weekend expenses. Gas. And then, it'll ask me how much that was. And I might say something like, I spent $80 on gas. And it'll keep on doing this until I type exit. Okay. The moment I type exit, it stops asking for these expenses and it gives me a summary of all my expenses. Okay. Summary of expenses. And so for that, it's going to give me a summary by saying car wash, $10, groceries, $70, and gas, $10 or $80, right? And all of them. And then it's also going to say total is, and then give me a number. Okay, so for this example, I guess I'll just use these three, which is 160, I think. So it'll say like 160 is my total expenses that I just put in. Okay, so this is the program that we are going to be building. And you're gonna be able to do this by, I think it's by Wednesday, actually. So pretty soon, you get the power to do this. Wednesday or maybe Thursday. Possibly Thursday. Oh, yes. Was that a question? Marwa, your mic is unmuted. Do you have a question or not? Okay, possibly not. Okay. That's great. Okay. So if we were to make this, will you post the written code as well? So when we do the actual coding, yes, the code will be written. Here we're not going to do any coding, but I will put, so what I'm thinking is to save these scribbles that I do, and then put them as slides in the final deck and then upload that as the final slides. So yeah, thank you. Okay, so just a quick second here. I want to just see which day. Okay, you'll be able to do this by Tuesday. Okay. Part of it's going to be by Tuesday and then the other half's going to be on Wednesday. So if we were going to...
I had a question, sorry. So basically like for this code, right, the pseudocode where it says the summary, would we have to write it only once or would we have to keep writing it for each time we perform like an expense?
Right. That's a great question. We can write it once because we want to put it in as much of a format as your final code is going to be. And your final code, by the time we finish writing this program, is like you'll know enough to not have to write repetitive code. So we'll, introduce the program, even this one, when you're writing up the code version. We'll do two parts of it, one on like a part of it on Tuesday, a part of it on Wednesday, to sort of build it as you learn things to use. But in this pseudocode, like you can put, for example, repeat 3 times or repeat until like repeat for all of the items. You can put that in there.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so this here is like what the program does on the right hand side. So let me switch up my colors here and take a look at what that would look like in terms of pseudocode. So again, when you were trying to write pseudocode, we want to put this as much in the format as like the computer is going to understand, because what we want to end up with is each step, we can just write it in the code. Now, I know we've never looked at code before, so you might be thinking, but what does that actually look like? So ideally, the way that we write the code is top to bottom, or even the pseudocode. It's going to follow the same sort of syntax, or not syntax, the same sort of formatting. So top to bottom, and each of these steps that we write is going to run one after another. And when we're writing these steps, if there's anything that needs to be grouped together, it is going to go a little bit further out. So what do I mean by that? You know, in that example of the question that we just got, if I write something like repeat 3 times, this here, so if we're writing in English, we might say, you know, I don't know, in the sandwich example, right? Like put chicken on top. And let's say, you know, you have your tomato, whatever else you need to make a sandwich, okay? In English, we might say put this, repeat 3 times. When we're writing it in pseudocode, we're not gonna put it in this order. What we're gonna do instead is, and I don't think I have like a dragging option here. Well, maybe I do. Oh, maybe, let me try this. Ooh, okay, did not expect that. Oh, okay, that works perfectly. Beautiful. So what we're going to do instead is this. We're going to say repeat 3 times, and then we're going to provide information about what we're repeating. The reason for that is because we want to also push this in a little bit further than the command to repeat. So when the computer, like when we eventually convert this into real code, then we're going to have a line of code that tells the computer to repeat. And then we are going to have a line of code, or multiple lines of code, telling the computer what to repeat. Okay, so I have here a question. Can you please explain the pseudocode, please? Yes. So just a sec. I feel like I missed some of these. Sorry about that. So when we talk about pseudocode, what we're doing is we are saying in plain English, what we want the computer to do, but in proper formatting, in proper format. So the goal is to eventually get to a point where you just have all your logic written out in plain English, so that you can just look at one line at a time and convert it into code. So here we have, in animation, we make a null and put all the objects there to get all the movements, scale, rotate, etc. A null is like grouping the objects. Nice. That's I'm like, I don't know anything about animations, so like if that is a, you know, a framework that does help you, you know, think about that grouping, yeah, definitely. So when we're you know, telling the computer what to do, we really want to use this kind of format where if we want it to repeat things, or if we want it to make decisions. So earlier, you know, you guys during lab looked at some decisions like if it's rainy, read a book. Right? And then you might have written if it's snowy, you know, go, or not even snowy, but like cold, go skating. I don't know if anyone skates while it's snowing. I'm not sure if that's a thing. But that's how you might have written it. But when we're turning this into pseudocode, what we're going to say instead is if rainy, we're going to put the condition first, and then put the decision inside here, so that the computer knows which is the condition and which is the decision. So we might say read a book. And then we might say, okay, otherwise, if it's snowy, go skating. Okay. So conditions should be written as the condition. And then the, you know, the response or the like what to do should go afterwards. So the condition and actions first, then what needs to be done. Exactly, that is perfect. So here, I think what is being told here is indentation that makes code readable in most of the languages and mandatory in Python. Yes, exactly. If you're familiar with indentation, that's exactly it. So the reason for doing it this way is so that when you are making this into code, so, you know, sneak peek, don't worry about this because you'll see the code later. But, you know, sneak peek is if you're going from this pseudocode here, where you said if it's rainy, or even if it's rainy, that's fine too, right? If it's rainy, that's good. But when you're converting this pseudocode into actual code, all you need to do is look at one line at a time and say, if rainy, okay, how do I write that in code? Read book, how do I write that in code? How do I check, you know, how do I say, okay, it's not rainy, but it is snowy. How do I write that in code? How do I write that in code? Okay, same with this. When you have it in this format, instead of like just putting the command for what to do, as in to repeat, after all of the, you know, actions are given, putting it in this way tells the computer, okay, I'm going to give you a bunch of instructions that I want you to repeat 3 times. Okay, are you ready to take the instructions? Yes. Okay, great. So the instructions that you should take are this, this, and this. Okay, and then it will be able to say, okay, I've been told to do this 3 times. So I'm going to do these, and then I'm going to do it again, and then I'm going to do it again. All right, and then when you're actually writing the code, you can again just say, how do I write that in code? How do I write that in code? So on. Okay, any questions about that before we actually try to put the expense tracker? And I'll save this screenshot as well. All right, so let's go into turning the expense tracker into pseudocode here. And I think I'll use the actual text annotation because I know my handwriting can be a little bit I like to write and talk, but I know it can be hard to decipher sometimes. So let's go and turn this expense tracker into pseudocode here. So whenever you're writing your pseudocode programs, you always want to start and end with begin the program and end the program. Why? Just to frame your, like, the rest of your code or your pseudocode within that framework. Now, if you skip it, it won't be too much of a problem. Oh, I feel like I don't understand much. How much of the pseudocode side of things do we need to know? Okay, so let's walk through this full expense tracker example, and then we have like 2 others afterwards that, you know, if we have the time, we can break down as well. I think once we walk through this example, if you have questions, I'll take those questions. Yeah, awesome. So whether you start and end with like beginning the program or not is actually up to you, but I will for good practice. So we'll say begin the program to start, and all the way at the end, I'm going to say, okay, once we're all done, we're going to end the program. Okay, because at some point, the computer has to come here and actually start this. At that point, what we're going to say is, okay, we're going to assume that there is an invisible line that goes like this, that is going to help us section off the beginning and end of the program, very easy to see. And the entire program is going to be within this block, okay? Where the block is kind of inside of this. Just to clarify, like, what part of this entire text is the program. So now if you think about this, this little example we have here, we start at the top, right? What we want this program to do is to ask us these questions, and it's going to ask us for our answers. It's going to ask us a question again, going to ask us for our answers. And that's what it's going to do multiple times, right? It's going to keep on doing that until we write exit. And after we exit, it's going to do something completely different. So we can actually look at this and say, okay, that looks like this little chunk is all related to each other, right? It's going to ask the same thing over and over again until I hit exit. Once I do that, it will start part 2 of the program. So looking at, you know, what I want this program to do, I can say that there's basically 2 parts, 2 aspects to the program that have to work together. Because somehow every time I put in a number, it has to save it somewhere, right? Save my numbers or save my answers somewhere so that it can output this, right? It can output this. So there's really, like, this program is made up of 3 parts. Here, the first part is asking questions. The second part is saving my answers. And the third part, let me go 1, 2, and 3, is providing a summary. Okay. So once we know which parts of our program there are, we also know how they're related to each other, right? We know that the asking questions has to go before we can save any answers, right? If we don't have answers to save, we can't save them. We have to ask the question first. We also know that we can't provide a summary of our answers if we haven't asked the questions and saved the answers along the way. So because of that, I can think about my program here and actually, like, before I even, like, I'll write the actual pseudocode in, you know, in the text format, but I can think about this and say, okay, well, that means I have a part 1 and I have a part 2 somewhere, and I also have a part 3. Okay, and we can think of each of these parts individually. So let's start at part 1. What we want to do is ask these questions, and we want to keep asking these questions until I say exit. So what we saw earlier about, you know, if I said something like repeat something 3 times, then I would provide what it should repeat, because we're telling the computer, hey, I want you to repeat something this many times. Can you do that for me? And then we give it the task. So similarly here, we're going to say, well, this means that I want to keep repeating, but the condition here is not do it 3 times. It's do it until I say exit. So I'm going to take this text here and say, okay, run until I enter exit. Okay, that's my condition. And what I want to run is I want to keep asking these questions, right? What is the expense? What is the cost? And wait for user input in between. So what I'm going to write here is ask me for the expense, I don't know, name maybe. And also ask me for the expense cost. And let me put that in there. Okay. So at that point, we have already this entire chunk, this entire asking questions chunk, sorry, this questions asking chunk is here. Until I enter exit, I want you, I just realized I used the juxtaposition of these 2 words. Until my answer is exit, I'll just leave it. But until my answer that I put in is exit, I want you to keep asking me for the expense name and the cost for the expense. And, you know, if you want to be more granular for that, and this is somewhat optional, but the more granular that you can make it, the better, because then it'll make your, whoops. Oh, okay, you can just drag that down. The more granular that you can make it, the easier it's going to be for you to code it. Okay, so what we can say here is, sure, it can ask me that, but it also needs to wait until I actually provide my input. Wait for my answer. Okay, and then I'm also going to say here, wait for my answer. Because I don't want it to just ask me and then continue along its way. I want it to wait until I've actually given it the answer. So this basically sums up part 1. Okay, once I've provided an answer, what do I want it to do? And do I want it to do that for every single one of these question and answer blocks? So part 2 here is saving my answers. Now, if I give it car wash 10, and then I give it grocery 70, and I give it gas 80, and all the way at the end, after I exit, then if I try to save my answers, well, by that point, it's forgotten everything that I had said, except maybe the last one. So what that tells me is, okay, if I want to try and save my answers along the way, then every time we ask this question, I also need to save my answer. Okay, so that means every single time we're in this repetition, we need to say also part 2 here is to save my answers. Okay. Now, save my answers is a little bit vague. What does that mean? And we'll get into the details, I think, in the future. But as a sneak peek, we need to have some kind of way to store the answers. So, if you're trying to make a list of all your expenses physically, right, you would have like a notepad, right? And you would start jotting down your answers. And very similarly, the computer needs a place to jot down the answers. So we're gonna just come to the top here, or yeah, to the top, because we want to store everything inside of the same place, same notebook, same location. We're just gonna write, create a place to store my answers. Okay, we're just gonna pop that in the top. So this plus this together is part 2. So this here, I'll put that on the left-hand side for 30. So this here plus this here work together to give us save my answers. And then we can say, okay, well, if the person does type exit, so we're going to keep on doing this as long as we need to until the person who is using this expense tracker types out exit. Okay, so once they do, what's part 3 of my program? Well, we've got ask questions, done. Save my answers, done. Part 3 here is creating a summary, right? So part 3, and I'll bring it up just so that it's closer to the rest of the pseudocode here. Now, part 3 does not happen as part of this loop, right? As part of this repetition, we're not going to create a summary every time we get an answer. We're going to create a summary after the answers are all done. So that means we are going to come back out here, because having this as part of the block that belongs to run until I exit means that it's going to keep on running as long as I don't exit. Having it outside of the block, meaning it is not, like subset of this. It's kind of like if you think about bullet points, right? You put like the top bullet point and then you have like sub bullet points. So it's very similar to that. So it's not part of the upper bullet point there. It's just a different step that we need to take. So here we're going to say create the summary. So create the summary. But that is a little bit too vague, because create the summary, like what does that actually mean? How does it go from, hey, I have a bunch of the answers that you put in, to being able to give us a summary of our expenses? So for that, we can make this a little bit more clear, because, even though technically, even though technically this is still pseudocode, it's just not great pseudocode, right? So we can make this better. What does it mean to create a summary? Well, if I had a list, right, like a physical actual list of my expenses, to make a summary, and especially to create the total at the bottom, right, I would need to go through my list from the top to the bottom. And oh, so JavaScript will be able to read an Excel file. Okay, that's a great question. We're not going to get into file reading until way later. That's actually something for next week. 1 second. Okay, but it can. If you wanted it to, you can set it up so that it can read from files. Good question. Sweet. So creating the summary. Now, if you were trying to create a summary of like a physical list, you would have to go from the top to the bottom, run through each one. Let's say you were like reading it out to somebody, right? You would go through each one, what it is, what the cost was, what it is, what the cost was. At the end, you would create the total. And to create the total, you would have to somehow add up all of your items. Now, in this case, that means we can break this create a summary piece down further, right? We can say creating a summary means that we need to, let's erase this. we need to go through each of our items. Okay. And we need, it's kind of like similar to how we wrote this part. We need to say, okay, I have items in my list, and as long as I'm not at the end of the list, I'm going to run a process. And the process that I'm going to run is, produce the cost and the expense. So we're going to say repeat, for each of my, let's say, answers or expenses. And what we're going to repeat is simply produce, or, give us an answer, right? Like produce the expense and cost. Okay, so that will mean that we are going to come here and we're going to say car wash 10. And actually, I forgot about the summary of expenses. So that has to go just before this. So we're going to say, let's say, I'm just going to say, tell me that the summary is below in some way. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna put for the summary of expenses here. It needs to tell us that it's gonna start producing the summary now. And once it does, it's gonna go through our list. And for every single answer, it's gonna go ahead and produce the expense and the cost. So it's gonna say expense, cost, expense, cost. If I have like 100 things on that list, it'll keep on running until it's gone through every single answer. Right? And while it's doing this, if we wanted to create a total, this one's a little more tricky. Because if we wanted, in this case, is the output saving the list? Okay, that's a great question. They're two separate pieces. So the list is being saved while you are putting the input. Over here, we are saving the answers. The output is going through the saved list already and just sort of giving it back to us. It's the computer reading back to us. It's telling us what was stored. Okay. And then the total, to calculate a total, that's a little bit trickier because now we're not just, going through the answers and just regurgitating them, right? What we are doing here is we are adding together the items that we see, the cost for the items. So that means every single time I saw one of these, these pairs here, where I have, what was the expense, what was the cost? We're going to take this cost and add it on to all the other costs. So this one's a little bit trickier. So I'm going to put it in, I think I'll put it in blue, because I think that, if you don't get this part yet, I think that's okay, because we're going to come back around to the details of what this takes. I'll put this here. I'll go challenge. Okay. Don't worry, because we're going to come back to the details of how to think about and implement this piece later, but I will put this in here in blue as well. So, question, where should we enter our answers and where should the program save the answers? Okay, great question. So where should we enter the answers? There's many different ways. Okay, so to clarify, what we're going to do for this week is use what's called the console. And in part 2 today, after lunch, you'll be seeing, what the console is all about. It's basically where you run your program. It's where you communicate with your program as well. Now, for saving the answers, that console is also where the program is going to give you the answers back as well. If any of you know of Terminal, it's very similar to that. Don't worry, if not, you'll see it later today. For saving the answers, they're going to be saved by the program locally for now, but theoretically you could save it. Okay, I'll keep theoretical out. For this week, we're going to focus on just storing the answers locally within, similar to how we would physically in a list. The program can create its own list and it'll store our answers in that list if we just tell it to. Okay, so I guess save my answers, I should be more clear and say save my answers. So when I say create a place to store my list, to store my answers, I could just say create a list to store my answers. And then I could also say save my answers to the list. Okay, great questions. All right, and then the final step here is creating this total. Again, I'm going to put it in blue just because it's meant to be a little bit more of a challenge here. So if we were trying to create the total, we have a list of all my answers, but I need to somehow store the sum of all my costs. Okay, so I'm gonna actually take the selector. Let me grab this, just pull it down a little bit to give me a little bit more room there. Okay, so in blue, I'm gonna write, start, maybe create, let me use the same language, create a number to store the sum total of my costs. Okay, and every time we see one of these answers, we can say, I have a number that's going to be representing the sum total of all my costs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the cost and add it to that. So add the cost to the total sum. Okay, once we're all done with getting the total sum at the end, outside of the repeating, so the summation here is happening at every step. We're taking the 10 and we're saying plus the 70, plus the 80, all of that. At the end, once we've gone through all of them, then at the end, we are going to produce the total sum as the computer reporting back to us what the total was. Okay, so that here is the pseudocode for the expense tracker that you will be able to create by the end of, by mid this week in code as well. The good news about this is that you can very easily now, when you are turning this into code, focus on one piece at a time and ask yourself the question of, okay, how do I create a list to store my answers? Do that. Then you come back and say, how do I run until I exit? Okay, you do that. And then you say, how do I, have the computer ask me for the name of my expense? How do I make it wait? All of that. Okay. Do we need to ask for the total to be saved? Okay, great question. Yes, and so that is what this this new number here is going to be representing. It's going to create it's going to hold on to what the total sum is. And every time you see a new number, you're just going to add it on. It's kind of like you're, it's a weird example, but like you're building a snowball and like you keep building it until you get to the end of your list. And then you're like, okay, this is my total, like final thing. So that's what this first blue line here is. We're creating a number that's going to basically snowball together all of the different numbers that it sees. Okay, any questions? Like that was quite a lot that we just went through in terms of what it means to create pseudocode. Yeah, I know. That's okay. Are variable creation considered a part of pseudocode? Yes. So if you know about variables, you would try to include them as much as possible in pseudocode as well. Okay. Now, I'm wondering if, and I think I'll take your, okay. Najla, if you have any questions about like the way it's, set out or the logic behind it, please let me know. If it's like more language related, then definitely those questions might start to untangle, within the process of going from today until like Wednesday when you actually create this. So again, it's going to be a process. Just let me know. Okay. Now I want to run through another example just so that you've seen another like version of this. I've saved this as a screenshot. I'll upload it to the I'll include it as part of the slide deck and then re-upload the slide deck. For now, we are going to move to another example so that you've seen like more than one example for the like breakdown. Okay, so The second example is a program that you are going to build by, let me see here. And again, when I say these like build by thingies, it's kind of more like what we're hoping to get to, but we'll judge based on, how things are going, if we need to like, slow it down, speed it up, things like that. So it's kind of like tentatively build by Thursday. So Thursday afternoon, by the end of Thursday afternoon, you should have, if things go at the pace that we're planning them to, you should be able to build this other project, a number guesser. So if you've ever played a number guessing game, you are probably familiar with the way it works. But if not, I'm going to break it down here on the right-hand side. So again, let's first talk about how this program, like what it does, right? So if you're trying to play or create a program that is going to play a number guessing game with you, well, then you might imagine that it's going to, it's gonna ask you for what your guess is, right? But before that, like it needs to come up with a number, right? So like if you imagine like playing it with a friend, right? If they're the one who is, guessing, you come up with the number that you want them to guess, and then they keep trying to guess it, and you tell them whether they got it right or not. And you can make this a little more complicated by also saying, you're a little too high, you can get closer, or, you're a little too low, guess higher. So you can make it more complicated if you want. And we're gonna basically like look at the simpler version first, right? The version where you are not providing, hey, you got it too high, hey, you're too low. Let's just look at, you guess, like you have a number that you want them to guess, and they have to keep on. I'm not sure what happened there. Sorry. Okay. So you're going to try to guess what that number is. So if we're doing that, we're going to start at the top and say, okay, well, that means that we want, there's going to be a random number. And we're going to assume that the computer is the one that is, creating, like being the one who wants us to guess. Okay, so that's the way we're going to interact with this program. So there's a random number. Let me go, there's a random number we have to guess. And this kind of happens in the background. What we interact with is the computer asks us to guess. So for example, as an input, I might say, and let's say there's a random number, let's make that like between 1 to 10. Okay, so let's say I guess 7. And if I'm wrong, the computer is going to say, computer says incorrect. Right? Or it can be nice and say, try again. And then at that point, we can try again. We can say, okay, what about 5? And it can say, let's say we got it right this time, or no, let's say we got it wrong again. It says, computer says incorrect again. So then we say 3, and let's say it's correct. So we can say computer says, and then it says, computer says correct. Okay. Can we also put a limit on the number? For example, less than 200. Yes, for sure. Definitely. So once we have this out, well, that's basically all we are interacting with the computer for, right? In the background, every time we are asking the computer, like we're giving it a guess, the computer needs to compare our guess with the random number that it is holding on to, right? So at each step, it needs to do a compare. Nice. So I see someone's, trying out like the conversion, but yes, but we want to move away from the code. If you have, prior coding experience, I want you to put that aside and think about just the programming aspect first. Think about the pseudocode and the way that you think about it, because if you try to jump directly into the adding in like aspects of the actual code, it's gonna it's very easy to mistaken one for the other, and then like kind of it makes it harder. So like just plain English, no equal signs, no like no pieces of the syntax in there. So are we going to save the random number to refer back to it? Yes, exactly. That's exactly what we are going to do. So we're going to do that, right? Yes. So on the computer's end, there's two things going on, really. It needs to save this number, save the number. And every time we put in a number, it needs to compare our number with that. And then depending, if it was correct, if it was the same number, it's going to say incorrect. Sorry, if it was not the same number, it's going to say incorrect. Otherwise, it's going to say correct. So we can come in here and say, okay, well, using the same format then as what we did last time, we can start a pseudocode for this. We can say begin program, and at the end, we're going to end program. And in between, we are going to, okay, we're going to say, what are our steps for this program? Well, step one is it needs to save a random number. So it needs to create a random number, and then you need to save it. Step two is it needs to ask us for our guess and ask us for our, wait until it gets our answer. And then it needs to compare. So this is step two. It needs to get our input. Step three is it needs to compare. And step four is, providing correct or incorrect. Okay, so for that, we can break down our program as well. We can say, okay, step one. What is step one? Step one is create the number and save it. So create a random number and save it. Okay, when we get to variables, which is tomorrow, I believe, you'll see how to save numbers in your program. So we're just saying we're going to create a random number and save it. Step two is computer asks for the guess and waits for our answer. But you'll notice these are repeating, just like they were last time, right? So it's going to keep on asking until what? Until we get a correct answer. That's what makes us stop, right? So then when we're trying to do this as the pseudocode, we can say, that means the computer is going to ask us for the guess, wait for our answer, and also compare our answer. That all this stuff happens. It keeps on happening until the answer is correct. So my repetition condition here is, well, I'm going to repeat the following steps until the answer is correct. That is what we are doing. And the steps that we are going to repeat are, number one, computer asks us to guess. Computer waits for our answer. And then we have number three there. So this here is step two. And step three is computer compares our answer with the stored or saved number. And I don't think I have enough space here, but let me see if I can shift that over a little bit. Okay. And we'll look into comparisons, like what that actually looks like in the code in the future. But we know that it needs to do that, right? It takes our answer, it needs to compare it with the saved number. But then we have a question, because now the computer has to make a decision. Once it compares it, it needs to make a decision, right? Step four is computer needs to decide whether the answer was right or wrong. Now, in the previous exercise, we saw what decide means, right? Whenever we use the word decide, most of you, when you were doing the, the exercise on the rainy day, you will, like, if it's raining, you're gonna, stay home. If it's, sunny, you're gonna go to the beach, things like that. When you are making a decision, typically you are going to be asking these questions. Even for this, when we're comparing two numbers, we're basically saying, if it's the same number, you're correct. If it's not the same number, you are incorrect. So that's what we're doing here. We are checking if the answer is correct. Okay, so we're going to say, if the answer matches, we are done. Basically, we are done. And we are saying otherwise, we basically repeat, right? So otherwise, we don't really do anything, because the computer is going to get to the end of this. It's going to say, okay, I'm done all my steps. And then it'll come back and say, well, am I done repeating? But it's going to say, the answer is not correct. Well, that means I'm not done. So I got to go again. But I'll just put this here explicitly just for clarity. Okay, and that basically is it. That's all it takes to create a number generator. Okay, so here we are done, and we can also, provide feedback like we have here, correct or incorrect. So we can just be more explicit about that. So we'll say we are done. Computer, I guess, produces, let me make this a little bit more. Here, I'm going to say we are done. Computer produces, I'm going to put this in here because that's the better format. Let me just come in here. Whoops. Oh, it's not going to let me edit that. Okay. Computer produces, what does it produce? It produces correct. Right? If we are all done, this is what it does. Now we'll say otherwise. The answers do not match. And at that point, the computer, what does it produce? It produces incorrect. Okay, so that's it. We are done. I'm going to save this. Any questions? Okay. We can, additionally, like, this is, I'm going to put it in a different color just so that, it's, it's separate. Is, we can make this more complicated by saying, okay, but what if the user wants to quit, right? They don't want to keep, guessing. We can also make it more complicated by saying, what if we want to give hints? What if we / computer, or not even we, but we can say, what if computer gives hints? And these are just more complicated versions of the program where we are just saying, okay, well, we're just going to add on more features. We're going to add on more things so that it becomes a more interesting game. Okay. And, you can always add on more things. All right. Questions. What if we wanted to put a limit on how many guesses? That's a great one. Yeah. So what if we want to limit guesses? Limit guesses. So every time you add on an extra feature like this, all you need to do is look back at, your outline of like, what's this program supposed to actually do, and see what changes, right? If you have this one, what if the user wants to quit? Well, that means we just have to, watch out for a new kind of input where, maybe you saying if the user puts 0, then they quit. At that point, every time they are putting an input, you need to check, is this a quitting number? If it is, then you're going to quit, right? For if the computer gives hints, well, now you're not just checking, did they guess the right number? What changes is like, how does the number that they guessed compare to the number that we have? So you're just changing the condition there. Like, what are you looking for? If you want to limit guesses, then, every time they guess, you have to keep track of like, okay, was that the first guess? Was that the second guess? Was that the third guess? So each of these adds a different complexity. And you would just need to go back to the original, what the program does, add the changes, and then go back to your pseudocode and ask yourself, what changes in the pseudocode based on how the functionality has changed. What if we wanted to put the start number? Ooh, sure. Yeah. That's another, piece as well. So, what if we got to pick the start number? Like if you are playing like a 2-player kind of number guesser, right? You can have one person select the start number and the other person can go ahead and guess. All right, so awesome. Again, I'm gonna save now. I noticed that we are beyond the lecture time, so I'm not gonna go and do the third example that I had. The third example is more complex. It is a tic-tac-toe game, which if any of you have played tic-tac-toe, is actually, if you break it down, you're really just like providing like, okay, I'm going to put the X in this position, I'm going to put the O in that other position. So it's also a very fun game that, we're going to be able, like you'll have the tools you need to build it by end of week. And again, depending on how we get through, I'll just move this, the pseudocoding of that game to a later point in the week. And whether we build it this week or not, it will just depend on how fast we get through things. But I'm really hoping that we'll be able to build the game, because I think, having you guys like build things by hand and see like the power that you have, I think is very, very good. So let's pause there. Gonna add all of these to the final slide deck when I upload it. And we'll come back to tic-tac-toe later in the week. Okay, so let's stop screen share there and take a 5-minute break. And then when we come back, you'll get to try pseudocoding on your own as well. Okay, so again, it's a very different way of thinking and a very different way of processing your thoughts. But because you did the first exercise earlier, I'm hoping that it should be a little bit easier, because now you're not just programming it, you're just saying, okay, like how do I like group things together based on the like repetitions or the conditions that we are looking at. So 5-minute break. I will see you back at 11:13. Sorry, I'm like doing a bit of time conversions. 11:13ish, and then we'll start working on the break. Working on the lab. Yeah, take some time away from the screen. And then when you come back, we'll dive in. Alrighty, hi everyone, welcome. Yeah, so I see some people are looking for their groups. Thank you. We will open those up in just a moment. I just wanted to share the actual lab description before we dove into the groups. And also add one quick thing, which where am I? There I am. Which is regarding the question that was asked like before the prior lab, I think, about which code editor you guys are going to be using. So we tested out like a bunch of online ones, and I know Alim and Tasneem are here on the call as well. Thank you guys for looking into that while we were like going through the lectures and labs here. And you know, we decided that we'll just not use an online one because there's limitations to them, especially for the kinds of programs that we want to write now and in the long term. And so we're gonna go directly into a on your computer kind of code editor, which is called Visual Studio Code. Okay, so what that means is because it is going to be on your computer, it's going to require a download and install, and you will need to install that as well as Node.js. Now, these two things, you can find them easily online, but I will also post the links to them here in our chat so that you have them. They're also, the links are available on Canvas as well. Okay, so all we need you to do is install them. Yes, exactly. So this is Visual Studio Code, and this here is Node.js. Just because we know that, you know, everyone's computer is different, some might take a while to install, so we just want to have you guys set up. You will actually be using it today. So today, later after lunch, that's when you will be seeing your like first steps into what code looks like. So please do download those, you know, while you're at lab and also over break, just so that we're kind of all ready to go when the next lecture starts. But again, if you are having any troubles with installation, you know, during the lab here, you can basically get help from us. That's why we want you to set those up. So I put the links here in the chat. Let me know if you're having trouble with them. They're also available under tools and technologies within the Canvas page as well. So there we go again, and Node.js, just in case anyone has missed it. Okay. Oh, it has to be on your computer. I should have mentioned that. So I don't think there's actually any apps that like let you code on your phone. I could be wrong, but it has to be on your computer. Which version of Node.js? The one that it says recommended for most users. So on the left-hand side, 18.8.0. That should be the one. Okay, sweet. I'm not sure which screen of mine is sharing, so I'm not, just thought I could. Yeah, but it's basically, there's going to be two options. The one on the left, it basically says recommended for all users, or most users. That's the one that you want to pick. Oh, Replit on an Android device. That's, oh, I did not know. That's awesome. Okay, so yeah, just start those downloading so that they're kind of like happening in the background while you are doing your lab. And we want you to do it during lab so that we can help if you have any installation issues. Now, the lab itself is basically just going to be getting some practice pseudocoding. There's two exercises, and I know we ran a little late, and then, you know, this little introduction, we have a short rest of the lab left, but there's only two exercises to do, and I'm hoping that, you know, even if you spend like 20 minutes each, you'll still be able to finish within this lab time. So what you want to do is, for the first one, imagine you have like 20 different lockers. And what you want to allow, so the pseudocode itself is just going to focus on this, the actions. You don't need to worry about the creation of the lockers or anything like that. You're just going to say, what if you knew the locker numbers, like you just go 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 20. And you wanted people to be able to put things inside if there's nothing inside already. So just a pseudocode program to allow that. And then another one where if you have like you're going to be creating a grocery list using, things like bread, eggs, milk, and stuff. And you also have, like previously, you can assume that you have access to a bunch of lists where one says, anything that is, if it's milk, cheese, yogurt, kefir, cream, that's all going to be dairy. If it's, bread, cake, muffins, whatever else there is for, what am I saying here? For bakery, it's going to go under bakery, so on and so forth. And that should say bakery, not bread. So all you're going to do for the second program is say, if you had a list of, what each type of food categorizes as, then how would you create a grocery list and like have the program tell you which category your item belongs to? Okay, so sorry, what are we using the Node.js for? Yes, it's to run JavaScript. That is great. But we aren't using JavaScript yet, are we? We're gonna start using it this afternoon. Just having an introduction to like what it is. Yes, this exercise is only on Canvas. It's text. You're not using any code for this. You're just doing something like what we just did for the pseudocoding. Can you please repeat lockers? Yes. So for that one, just if you like focus on the like locker numbers, like if you're given a locker number, what you want to allow the program to do is check if there's something inside. And if it's empty, they can like it's successful. If it's not going to be successful. That's basically the goal here. All right, I'll be just right back. Someone's at my door. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, so the screenshot that you posted, Habiba, that is perfect. Just download it. You don't need to do anything on it yet. You'll get a full walkthrough of the platform after lunch when Tasneem comes back and like introduces it to you, as well as some introductory JavaScript there. Yes, so Walid, the two things that we just want you guys to download during this lab, just so that we're around to help if there's any installation issues, is Visual Studio Code and Node.js. So I'm not sure if the links would show up if you were disconnected. So let me just copy those back down for you. Put that down as well. So we have a question here. Can we install Node.js into Visual Studio Code? I'm not sure. I believe it has to be two separate installs. You just go to the websites and just click install, like download install, for both. The one on the left, the recommended version, 18.18, I believe it was. So it's basically like the stable release of Node, because everything's a program and so are compilers. So Node is really like gonna help the like computer run the JavaScript. Without Node, the computer on its own doesn't really know how to run JavaScript files. So that's why we're downloading that. Yeah. Is there any color theme in VS Code that is better than others, or is it just preference? Definitely. Yeah, the one on the left is not downloading for me. Should I download the other one? Oh, it's not downloading. Okay, let's look at that in a breakout room, Jonas. And I think for this part of the lab, just because everyone's kind of doing the downloads, if there are like any issues with the downloads, I think we'll take those people into the breakout room, for now at least. So Jonas, I'll see you in a breakout room there just to take a look at what might be going on. And like, if you guys are done with the download, or you have it, installing, I know it can take a while, please do work on the exercise here, in the meantime.
Hafsa, is there any way that you can post your screenshot of the pseudocode for the number guessing in the chat, just as a reference?
Hey, I believe she went to a breakout room. Could you repeat your question again? Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was just asking if she could, sorry, one second. I was just asking if she can post the screenshot of the handwritten notes that she did on the whiteboard for the pseudocode number guessing explanation, just so that I can use that as a reference.
For sure. I also think someone already did upload a picture in the chat, if you can see.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Thank you.
Does that work, or do you want me to?
Yeah, no, that's all I needed. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes, hi.
Hi. So Tasneem, can you help me just figuring out? I just want to double check. I'm downloading Visual Studio Code.
Mhm.
So like I don't need to select any particular one. I just click on download and it will get me the.
So yes, basically, you have to download, just click based on which operating system you're using. If you're using Windows, download for Windows.
Yes.
Mac, download for Mac. That's basically it. And it installs on its own. Like after it downloads, click on it. You should be getting an option to install it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm getting the prompts with the license agreement and everything. I just keep on clicking next and that.
Yeah, keep on doing that. Not a problem.
Okay,
You have to
thank
do
you.
that, and you have to do the same for Node.js as well.
Node.js. Can you please post a link for Node.js as well?
Yeah, sure. Not a
Thank
problem.
you.
So I have sent a text in the chat, if you see. Now, based on your operating system, you do the same thing for Node.js, okay?
Okay, thanks a lot, Tasneem.
I see a couple of you are having trouble downloading it in MacBook. Like I did the same a couple of minutes back. It does take a little bit of time for some reason. So you have to be patient with that. Also, for people using MacBook, you could just go into the link that I just sent in the text, the chat, essentially. Over there, you go and install the macOS installer package, 64-bit. I believe that might help with the downloading. It's a little faster.
Uh-oh, okay. Sorry, I just got back here and I see I can't find the slide for lab 2 on Canvas. That is my mistake. I will let me update it, and then I'll update it again in a moment once I've uploaded all of the changes made as well. Yeah, it's missing. Okay. And go like this. File.
Am I supposed to join a breakout room or
We didn't open the breakout rooms yet, mostly because just in cases like installation issues and people need like one-on-one kind of support for that. So I think for now, I think for this lab, let's just not do breakout rooms, just so that we can make sure everyone's getting installed right. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go fix my canvas. Sorry about that, guys. Files, let's try that again. Okay, so the lab description should be there now. But I will re-upload like another set of slides once I've put in all the screenshots. Okay, some people having issues with downloads. Okay, so just a quick update. I just uploaded the slides that have like the scribbles from class. If anyone wants to refer back to those for while you're working on the pseudocode, you can do that because I think that might be helpful. Again, there's a slide there for the tic-tac-toe game, but we'll do that at a future class for that one. Okay, so I had a question for the lab. How do we start the pseudocode for the lockers? Okay, that's a great question. I see here there's another thumbs up. So if you think about the lockers question, oh no, 1 second. Oh, okay. Thought canvas broke on me here. So for the lockers question, you really want to just start off your pseudocode in the same way that we did in class. So you have your beginning and end, and then just think about how would these information about the lockers, how are you going to store that so that you can check if it's open or not. So the computer is just going to have like a representation of this physical thing that are lockers. So it's up to you what you write for the pseudocode there, but earlier, when we were checking the like keeping track of our expenses, for example, we just said use a list of the expenses. So you can do something similar for the lockers too, where you can store a list of whether the locker is full or not, if it's empty or not. You can have that as the list that you can check, and then every time someone tries to put something in a specific locker number, you can check if that, you can check your list and check, for the locker number that they're trying to put it in, are they allowed to? So that would be an example of how you can approach that. Shall I need to include, oh, Halim's answering that, awesome. Yeah, can take a while. Oh, interesting. Oh, is there a way to check our answers are true for lab 1.2? Just a quick follow-up on that, Isra, like, do you mean like you have your answer and you want to double check if you did it correctly, or do you mean in the pseudocode can you check if something is true? Because if it's the first, I can take you to a breakout room and like we can just discuss your answer there if you like, just to see if you're on the right track. Just let me know. Okay, so to answer nothing is installing on Node, do you think it's because VS Code is open? I don't think they affect each other. I believe Node just gets installed on your computer separate. I could be wrong. You could close VS Code if you like, because we can always relaunch it if it's done installing. The only thing is if there's like multiple things installing at once, sometimes like they can slow each other down. So it might just need time. Yeah. If you can't find your VS Code, you could try to like use the search on your computer to find it. Creating like a desktop, what's it called, like a shortcut can help for future launching of the program. Oh, nice. Yes. So if you know how to use terminal, yes, you can definitely use that to install Node as well. But I think you also need to install npm first, so you have to have that set up. Nice. Oh yay. Okay, well that was fast. It went from nothing and then it suddenly became complete. That's great. Okay. So hopefully Fatima, yours is going to load up as well soon. Node, you do not need to open it automatic, like you don't need to go and launch it. You only need to launch VS Code. It seems Node is terminal based. Do we have to install any GUI to run Node, or will it be, yeah, it will be connected to your VS Code installation. Great questions. Okay, and all right. And going back to yes, yeah, Node is kind of like a silent install, like it doesn't launch anything there. Okay, I'll be back from my breakout room.
Hi, Hannah. I can see you have a question. Here, let me move you to a breakout room that I can join.
Yeah, if you please, thank you.
Hmm. Hi everyone, just saying I just got back from my breakout room and I can't see chat stuff while I was away. So if there's any like pending questions that have not been answered yet, if you could just send that again so I can see it, that'd be great. Otherwise, yeah, if there are any questions, please ask.
I believe Zabeda has a question. I'll just take her to a breakout room.
Alrighty, so because it's 12, we'll be heading out to lunch for an hour. So I'll just close the call for an hour, and then if anyone has any other questions, please do write them down, and we can get to those as soon as we come back for lecture at 1 p.m. But yeah, so we'll see everyone in an hour.